You know, and if these entries don't come to fruition today, that's okay. I mean, I did long BTC at, what was it, 6186, and I longed ETH at 1813. So I mean, we do have those, but those aren't part of the challenge. Just as an FYI, you know, I'm not counting those towards a challenge. If you were inside the server, or at least if you were streaming with me yesterday, not yesterday, excuse me, last week, you know these are going to be some of the entries that I was discussing with you before I got off for that day. And inside the server, this is what we were discussing. As a matter of fact, I was actually just waiting for that move to happen, and I threw in some Apex, and I started gaming there for a little bit, waiting for that entry level to be tapped into, and that's specifically what happened. So looking at some spot bags as far as for ETH on those levels, that's really what I was targeting. Same thing for BTC inside these areas. So really just going to kind of drill down on this and look for potential longs on what we can get developed here. I got a nice 9 that printed there. But really, you know, if I want to drill down on this on the lower time frame, did I get swing high from there? I did. Let's move this up a little bit so we can get some accuracy with that. There we go. And I did capture the bottom of that. Let's go ahead and flip this over. Yeah, I mean, we're just scraping the top of this 382 level that sits inside here. But if it's going to go lower, why don't you just short it? Saying, well, I'm not open to that in the sense of risk reward, right? I want to see the bigger play mature, so that's something I can get into. So my overall setup for me is looking for swings, at least in this challenge, things that we can sit in a little bit longer, bigger profits, so we can hit our targets a little bit faster. There will be days that there are going to be some scalps, absolutely. Just opening day on the first day of the challenge, first of the week, if you will. Not really looking for those scalps. I look for the scalps predominantly going into Wednesdays and Thursdays. But Mondays and Tuesdays, it's really about building for me as far as those positions. So short term, I think I'm going to look for, not I think, I know I'm going to look for these levels right over here. See if these levels can maintain. This level kind of matches up with one of the levels I was looking at, which is 0.5, which is 66,652. Right over here, right inside this area right here. I want to see what occurs here inside this zone. You know, I do have some space inside this area right over here that we can tap into, right? Uncontested inside this zone right over here. And if you're feeling dangerous and it's something that you want to short on your end, by all means, you know, if we're looking for lower, that's something that you can do. That's just not in my personal appetite. Let's take a look at River real quick. Yeah, see how River is moving somewhat sideways, and we do have a 9 failure there. We have a 5 that prints it lower on a daily for River. So River's really not going to be part of my challenge. That would be something I would just take on a sub account. But I do have some setups that are in that area. I do think this wave B gets a little bit deeper. I think this wave B can get down into some of these areas right over here. 8 to about 6. Inside these areas, actually, we throw in some dynamics. I believe I was looking at this from a 233. Was it a 233? I think it was a little bit lower. Maybe it was 450. Yeah, it was 450. Sorry about that. So inside of these areas right over here, I'd be looking for 1.3 billion in liquidity that sits inside that area. This would allow for my wave C to go a little bit higher, and this wave D ultimately probably be a little bit deeper. So I'm gonna look for it like that. I have a wave B in the event that this wave C gets pushed up higher. That's why I have that wave B that sits over there. So those are some scenarios. And then wave C somewhere to this pocket right over here, the 618 level, which is right around like 2.7. Actually, let's mark that off just so we have that for reference, so we don't lose that down the road. Let's make that like bright red. There we go. Just so we have that for reference. We can take out the dynamic and we come back over to a daily and really just wait for that to develop. This could take a couple days here. So, for those that are trading River, we're really looking at scalps on those moves. This looks like it's going to be a Navarro setup, to be honest with you. If this wave C goes a little bit higher, we'll probably get a Navarro. I can tell based on this bottom right here. That's Navarro characteristics. Yeah, I'll probably tap into a 707 that sits right over here. Actually, let's throw that 707 on now, so we have that for reference. Yeah, right here. Any one of those levels, but that's ideal. That's kind of what I'm looking for River to develop. BTC front running some of these levels, some of these areas. I already tapped into an area once before, but you can see that there's a lot more going on right over here. This is untested. I think it holds for the time being. I think bears are getting a little tired here. Doesn't mean that they're completely out of the game. I just think they're, they had a pretty aggressive week last week. So I believe taking a small little pause here going into the remainder of the month, I think they take a little bit of a pause. A quick little maintenance for you guys. So for some of you guys that are new to the channel or just new to working with me altogether, we do have a private Discord that's available to 100% free. As a matter of fact, we're giving away 2 giveaways inside of our server. One is for journaling individuals that are journaling their setups. The entire culture of the server is to develop traders to be better traders overall. It's not just me kind of giving guidance. There's a mixed bag of different traders that are in there, really good traders that are in there, some that are intermediate, some that are advanced, some that are learning along the way, but give some good points that are out there. So the journal giveaway is anyone that develops their journal over the month of February. There's a $100 giveaway for that, based on the most detailed, the most up to date, your thought process that's put inside there. And I personally actually pop in there from time to time, give small little feedback if it's something that I agree with. I'm like, yeah, absolutely, I can totally see that. We have great traders in there though so far that are putting some great ideas. So take a look at that if you're not already inside the server. If you are inside the server, take a look at some of those other traders as well. Give support and give shout outs to them, because they're putting in the due diligence, where most people, they're just kind of sitting behind being quiet saying, oh, I long this, but there's no thought process. There's no map for that. So to me, I take that as someone that's gambling at the end of the day if they can't put their thoughts out there first and what they're looking for. And keep in mind, they also have invalidation with some of their setups. So again, there's a $100 giveaway for that if you're part of the server. We also have another giveaway as well too. That's going to end this week on Sunday. This week, it's a $100 giveaway. Considering that the server is brand new, we actually enabled tags or badges that are next to your name. So if you actually put on the Citadel tag inside next to your name, there's a $100 giveaway. It's going to be a random pick. So that's two different ways that it's going to be beneficial for one, you not only being inside of the server, but it's a way that you can get paid. So if you're looking for come ups, that's an easy way for you to have a quick come up, and luck be with you, because that's how it's really going to be playing out. Oh, one other thing I completely forgot to mention to you. Inside of this challenge, we are running the campaign through Biternix. They are inside of the campaign. They're gracious enough to give us some bonuses that are applied towards each user's account. So if you make a deposit that's $100 or more, they'll actually start to match those in bonuses, and you'll receive up to a 30% discount off of your trading fees. If you don't have access to that that referral link, I'll put it inside the chat here. Your VIP status will go up to VIP 3 within 72 hours. So they make sure that you actually are not just farming bonuses and farming VIP status, things like that. So once you've made your deposit, it's $150 or more, and make sure that you put it in futures, because I've had individuals do that before. They made a deposit, but they haven't moved it over to futures. So move it over to futures. Within 72 hours, you'll be at VIP 3 status. If you run into any snags with that, always reach out to me. I'll have a direct connection to them so we can make sure that those things are updated for you accordingly. But just a heads up on that. I'll put the link inside of the chat here in the event that you're not trading through there. Yeah, that's on you. I'm not dropping any frames on my side, Omar. That's got to be on your side, buddy. So if you're looking for trading bonuses, wait, you can pull on a little bit more capital. That's an easy and fast way to do it. I did have some scalp shorts on BTC. I was scalp shorting roughly right around 71.6 inside this area. I caught this top, rode it down to here, this area, TP'd on that level, had another scalp inside the zone, closed it on this 9 in this area. So just scalping it, really. None of those are applied towards a challenge. This is something I was just doing on the side. I think majority of people here are from the server, but if you're not inside the server, you need access to it. I'm gonna go ahead and post that inside here for you guys as well too. Make sure that you click all the roles so that way you can see all the access to the channels. We do have some BTC roles, ETH roles, some Sol roles, where essentially I post a lot of ideas and concepts that are going to be posted in there. It is a free Discord. So those are your commercials, guys. Those are your commercials. And now just wait. I mean, like I said, we're looking for A+ setups on these. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and start setting up some limit orders here inside this area, 63009. I'm going to do that on my end. I'm probably going to do like $100 margin on that. Let me see if I can get a scalp short on that. See, I got an imbalance that sits here and an imbalance that sits here. So let's see if there's an actual scalp short. And I'm going to lighten that up just so we can see a little bit better. Let's pull this over. It's a pretty significant area thus so far. So my setup would look like this. If I can get a nice rejection into this, you know, keep a tight stop loss on that, you know, breaking that high. I don't, you know, I'm good. Actually, I'll go for this high right over here. That's essentially what I'm going to look for. That's within the next 9 hours. If I can get that within the next 9 hours, then that's what I'm going to look to take. So it's going to be inside this box. So this box, you know, sits right at 71,189 up to 72,228. So, you know, almost $1,000 gap inside that area, which is not huge for BTC, but that's what I would be looking for. Same thing for ETH. Let's look at a 34-minute here, see what we can get developed on a 34-minute. Almost the exact same type of layout as BTC. All these setups will be posted inside of the server. Let's flip this over. Let's pull this over. I can get rid of this. This is residue from previous sessions. Don't really need that. Again, same thing as this. A little bit wider. Similar levels. 0.76. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop these inside of the stream section. That's for ETH. And let's do BTC. So you guys can see inside the server exactly how I'm setting them up. There you go. And that's what that looks like. So as we go through these streams through the course of the week, you know, ever needed like a playback and what was the setup, what was the thought process behind that? This is what it looks like. You guys know when I'll actually go long, excuse me, go short inside of these areas. You know, I'm looking for this imbalance. One, we have an imbalance that sits right here, so it's about to clear that imbalance. We have another imbalance that sits right here inside this zone. Do you have some buy signals that are printing here in this area on a 34 minutes? So you just got to be careful about that. In the event that it decides to just say, yeah, you know what, we're going to push all the way up higher to the 5-day candle, which the 5-day candle sits, you know, all of this right over here. So let's make sure that we're transposed correctly on this. Let's clean this up. And New York cash markets just open too, so we'll look at that as well. All right, give me like 2 seconds, guys. I got to step away for a quick moment. I'll still be here. The charts will still be here. Just give me 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. It just feels like it's baiting here in these areas. Really want to see these imbalances. Wait, was that imbalance cleared? Man, it looks like it really got real close to that. Forty 47, and what this go to? 46. So no, I didn't clear it. It was a penny off. So this still has to be cleared. I can clearly see that it needs to be cleared. So all this needs to be cleared. Like I said, it's just about waiting. Just about waiting. Here's how you guys are thinking in the market. I'm going to put a quick poll up there. If you guys are bearish or bullish, let me know. You guys think we sweep those lows this week? Maybe you guys catch that Super Bowl performance yesterday. I watched it. It was a good performance. I thought it was pretty neat. But I also understand a lot of people were like, what is he saying? Or at least you got to be into that type of music. I think I watched it and then I went to Fallout. I finished watching the rest of Fallout. Volume's kind of like meh, at least on these 34s. Yeah, look at that. Relatively flat. Meh, meh, meh. Exit right there on that. Another exit on that. So if I don't get this area over here, like if I don't get this first, if I don't clear this imbalance first and I move down to these levels first, then I would cancel this limit, just as an FYI. So it's really what comes first. Yeah, it's right above there. Yep. Doors open, gates open. Tons of information inside of the VIP section. So once you get your VIP role, you'll have access to more of this education content that's in there as well too. You'll have access to some giveaways that are specific for VIP members. And as some of you guys know, I'm a faith-based trader. There is a section that's actually carved out for faith as well too. So posting some daily devotionals, or at least trying to do them daily, but several times a week, there's going to be some devotionals in there that are related to trading. So, positive affirmations, positive thinking, outlook overall, posting that inside there as well too. So check out the roles section as you go into the server. There's the Citadel roles. The alpha alerts is essentially where I post inside my corner, longer threads, bigger ideas, high time frames, things of that nature. I post those inside there. So if you want to get alerts for those, if you want alerts for like BTC, ETH, and Sol, things of that nature, there's going to be a role for that. So for example, in this stream, the setups that I have for ETH and BTC, I've tagged the BTC role and I've tagged the ETH role as well too. And if you guys, follow all the prompts for VIP access and don't have the VIP role, just DM me. It won't take me long at all. Just make sure that you're utilizing the Bitunix referral link. You've already done your deposit, and then I'll take care of the rest for you. If you're utilizing the referral link and you've made your deposit within 72 hours, they'll upgrade you to VIP 3 status. Just be sure that your funds are moved over into futures and not inside of spot. And the clock will start once those funds are transferred into futures. Just so you know, so it takes them roughly around 72 hours to upgrade you. All right, guys, give me one quick second. I need to step away for a quick second. I'll be right back. Ah, I'm back. Back. What's going on? Same for the setups. What will be risk percentage? I'm gonna be inside the bracket of 5 to 10%. But I got to do these manually because I have a box that sits inside the zone, right? So I don't have like a specific key level, if you will. It's really going to be this inside this box. I mean, I could actually drill down a little bit tighter on that and do something like this, right? But in the event that I don't get all the way up to there, it's all of this. So first thing I'm going to be looking for is like signs of weakness once we get inside those areas. And everything's just about waiting now. Just waiting. If I blow past my level inside that area, then I just need to remeasure wave 1. That's really what I need to look for. Just remeasuring wave 1 on a lower time frame. And the thesis is really developed from a 5-day time frame. We have like 8 hours, 8.5, 9 hours left on a 5-day. So we have a lot of time. We have basically the entire trading day for us to wait for this move to develop for us. So there's going to be a lot of waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. But once we start hitting those levels, then we'll know what to do. As a matter of fact, what I'll do here is I'm going to set up some alarms for us. Set an alarm on this box, just so as we enter it, we'll get a heads up. Do the same thing for BTC. All right, everything's saved. Need some water. I just finished my water. Drink water like a fish. Gotta stay hydrated. So many traders get stuck behind the charts to forget to eat, forget to drink. Stay hydrated, boys and ladies. There you go. Keep going. I'm just looking at imbalances to the left right now. Not much there. That looks good on volume. $21.30. And what was that for BTC? Kind of meet you in the middle. I'll say 71.6. Set one at 71.617. Inside that area. And let me do the same thing for ETH. What did I have here for ETH? What was that looking at? I think I said 21.30. Yeah, let's go with 21.30. I want to start building at 21.30. I'll add some change to that. That's 21.30.04. That's pretty cool. Bitfinex gives you the split view, so I can look at both screens. I don't have to be flipping between the two of them. That's what's up. Do I have like a major downtrend that's in this area? Interesting. I'm trying to capture that last wick. If I go to the body, don't want to measure it that way. What happens if I just come over to you? Let's see. It's not 100% accurate, but I'm going to utilize it. Usually you want to go wick to body. I'm going to go wick to wick here. That would actually front run me a little bit. Let's say 2120.51. So I'm going to move that down a little bit. Let's 2120. Yeah, 29.17. Actually, I can. Let me fix that real quick. What did I say it was? It's right into this box. What is that? 2122.37. 2122.37. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hmm. Heard the song way too much. Change that. Yeah. I need something a little bit more upbeat for me here. Yeah, that works. That works. And just a reminder, kind of like what I was reiterating. Let's say I don't even get to my short entry, and I push down. Then I would eliminate the short entry in that regard, and then just look for the long. Maybe. No, that won't work. That's too small. Possible. It's probably going to be somewhere right in between here. And I keep getting the same area. Let's see. That's... Yeah, that's a little bit more... That makes a little bit more sense like that. Oh, that's right above it too. I could probably get you to here. Does that fit? Yeah. And what is that? That 2620, right? Yeah. It's a key level. Okay. I need to tweak this a little bit. I need to tweak that inside my code. I need to make sure I have these lines that are added on here. I can see them in dark mode, but I need them in light mode. So just I'll make a mental note of that. So I'll update that for everybody that's on the indicator package. You'll see that update come out later on this week. I'm going to update that for us. Still haven't cleared any imbalance, none of that stuff yet. Because this don't make any sense. I mean, this is weak. I can't sign on to that per se. Like, there's nothing there. Like, nothing's going to develop with that. So I need to get a push down so I can get that wave C. So I think we're still developing wave B. Maybe wave B pushes a little bit higher inside this area. It gives us a more of a swing point, or a pivot point, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. And I keep my stop loss relatively tight on that. I usually like to just get 15% in the red. I'm setting mine to roughly around like 17.82, which is I'll lose like $17 on that. Same thing for BTC. You know, if I get pushed out on that, I'll lose like 15 bucks on that. I'm giving you stop losses in the sense of like that move would be invalidated per se. So you can go a little bit wider than yours if you're running a lower leverage. If you're running a higher leverage and you want to keep it a little bit tighter, but then also look for an opportunity to get back in, that's what I'd be looking for. So that's kind of where I set mine a little bit tighter. I'll burn, you know, $15, $17 there. It doesn't completely kill the capital, doesn't completely kill the challenge, and then look for an opportunity to get back in, then I could recover. Jeff, no Super Bowl for you, bro? No Super Bowl? No, we haven't. I've taken trades on my main account for personal, but nothing that's geared towards the challenge yet. Just kind of waiting for the setups to develop. So, you know, maybe a lot of sitting and waiting, things like that, but that's what we're looking for. Take a look at USDT real quick, see what USDT is doing. USDT looks like River on the daily. But I'm looking for a little push down and then maybe a little push up here in this area. They give us a sell signal on that. ADX is running a little flat right over here. Don't fully trust it just yet because that dominance is still curved up. So seeing if this thing can just give a little push up, right? Or if it starts coming down, then ETH will go up. And then if it curves back up again, then ETH will go back down again. Right now, main account, I'm just holding BTC and ETH. Non-challenge plays. These are setups from last week. So if some of you guys are in them, you know, maintain them. Hopefully you've taken some profits that are on them. But we had 1813 and I caught a very good position on BTC at 6186. Hmm. We'll be kicking it together today until about 1:30. So we got a lot of time, guys. We got a lot of time. One thing we didn't do this morning, which we should do right now, just so we can have, you know, cycle of action. We didn't measure out 5-minute on New York Cash Open. Is it you? Yeah, it's you. Where's my high? Good bounce right there in that area. But that's a small range. I don't like small ranges like that, me personally, because there's not enough risk reward to trade that range. It's really of a wait for confirmations to see what level is going to hold. Right now it's showing bullish, you know, broke above the New York Open high, closed above it, had another candle close above it. Haven't really tested it on a slightly higher time frame, like a 34-minute. So if we bounce inside that area, because if we count 4 back, you know, let's just go to the next session because there's 20 minutes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got to close underneath here. You could see a potential bounce off of that area. What is that, 2025? I'm going to test something. I'm going to do something very small. So if we can get a bounce off of 2025, you can look at a scalp from 2025 into that red box and look at either taking profits or opening up a hedge. So what I'm getting at is I'm looking at something like this. You know, price action comes to these levels inside of this area, bounces inside here, whether it be here or here. You scalp it, maybe it pushes a little bit higher. Let's just make assumptions it goes here, and then we can get our push down into the lower levels. I'm not opposed to that. I'm look at that. See, this was at what time? This was at what? 6 yesterday? I still think it needs to clear this imbalance. It needs to clear this area right over here. Oh, excuse me. But I feel like, yeah, their chart lagged out. Interesting. Let's fix that. Yeah, that's a good note. That's a good note to have for the future. I'm gonna test this area right now. I'm gonna keep a tighter stop loss on that. I'm gonna test along here because it's trying to change that setup phase. I believe that we can get back into this area. So I want to test this wick right here down to these levels. So small little margins, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy at all. Small little $60 margin inside that area. So go 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then this would be my next level. So actually, I'll move this down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's gonna test this one on the next one. And what is that? That's right inside there. So that would be bullish retest for that New York range, 2015. So let's bring this down to there. I adjusted some limits for this area right here, 2015.66 inside that area. I did take a small little long for ETH here on that current candle, because it's trying to change the setup phase. So my thought process behind that, just if you're aware, you know, as it's trying to change that setup phase, I look for that level, which would have been this close, this body right over here. So it's trying to change that setup phase. So it's essentially testing that area. And then it kind of bounced inside that zone. You see how now it flipped again back to a 1. So if this candle can close underneath it, it closes underneath it, then the setup phase is going to change. Then I'm looking for this lower level. So that's why I'm just doing a little test run on that, see if I can maintain that area. So I did trigger a long inside that zone, just as an FYI. I want to see if that can get us into this zone, into this pocket right over here, for our limits. I believe a wave B is still being developed here, or you know, if you're looking at from a wave thesis perspective, a wave 1 is still developing. So I want to capitalize on that wave 1 and then ride it into a wave 2. And that's kind of what it looks like right now. You know, small little position, nothing major, nothing major. But just showing you guys so there's transparency behind that. Yeah, yeah. Running a type. That's what's up, Sniper. So let's see if that can maintain itself. We can get a push up into that area. I'll post this inside of the setup area so you guys are aware of what I'm doing. So it's in there for you guys. I think this is relatively a good idea as far as how we're doing it. That way, you know, I get a lot of questions, you know, in the sense of like, where's the setup or where can I follow it, things like that. So just trying to keep it structured for you guys. So that way, you know, maybe you weren't here, maybe you couldn't partake, or maybe you're joining a little bit later. You know, you have the server where you can see the setups. That way you don't have to rewind on the video. If you do want to rewind on the video, you can look at the setup, and then watch the video, and then understand the thought process that was behind it. So I'm hoping that that works for you guys. And wants to test that area, wants to flip that zone. Wants to flip it. And we got 19 minutes left inside this current candle. No. For the scalp long, the stop loss would be like if this current candle on the 34 minute, if I close underneath this this candle right here on this body, if this body closes, then I'll just close the position. I think I'll lose like 50 cents or $1, something like that. So it'll be a manual close. I got 18 minutes left inside this session, because the next level on the next session is going to be down over here. So if it closes underneath here, closes underneath here, I'll be inside of a bullish set of phase, which means I'll have lower lows. This would be the area that I would be targeting, just counting 4 back. So this would be the next session. So going 1, 2, 3, and then 4, looking at the close of that session, it would be right over here, 2016. That would be the next area that I'd be looking to scalp long. Because I believe this imbalance needs to get filled at some point, you know, over the course of the next 9 hours or so. And if we get into that zone and, you know, let's say it just blows past this box inside this area, then we are positioned. The limits for the shorts would, you know, essentially get eliminated, because as I was mentioning before, there's no really strong key level. I mean, we can dial down and pull this up and get, you know, get these wicks right over here to this body inside that area. We can dial that down, yes. So, you know, maybe you're looking at saying, okay, well, maybe I want to do something like this, right? Catching all these liquidity areas right over here. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'll do that. I think I have a 2141. I'm gonna move that up. Yeah, let's move this up to 2141. I'm at, yeah, 2141.37. I moved my limit to 2141.37. And then I'll run a tight stop loss on that, which was 2149. So if I breach that level, then I've breached that high. So it'd be roughly around a $26 loss in that sense, but the long that we just took would make up for that. So I would still be net positive. I didn't do anything on BTC. I just didn't trigger that. Just as an FYI, if anybody's curious, I didn't trigger anything on BTC. It just mainly just triggered on ETH. Sitting on a little bit of profit on that one right now. But see, it keeps trying to push down. That's the only concern I have. Let's look at some heat maps on this, because I think these are just going to be quick little scalps. Yeah, we're running a little warm here. Not hot. So, you know, it's like a puke looking green, if you will. And I know that's an atrocious way of describing it, but you know, this is not necessarily hot. I really want to see something that looks like this or looks like this. You know, once we start getting into those hot levels, then I'll start either taking profits or opening up head shorts. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. If I can get into this area and I'm running relatively hot inside that zone, then I'm looking for that signs of weakness, and then I'm going to start triggering the short. But we'll get our first trade in for the day. I do believe that there's a move coming down to the downside. It's just all a matter of where wave 1/wave B for a harmonic is going to print at. I know Sniper took it. Who else took it? Throw some W's in the chat if you guys took that. Let me know where you guys are at. You guys are still sidelined. I think the vast majority of you guys are 50%. 50% of you guys are bearish. So like, you could take some profits here in this area, because in the event that, you know, we don't break this high and it decides to come back down, you want to be profitable at least inside of this trade. So you could take some profits here inside this area, skim a little bit off the top here. Or if you're like, hey, you know, some people are just, you know, TP or stop loss. That's where my position's at. That's kind of how I trade. I'm not saying me particular, I'm speaking in general. Some individual will like that. So I would definitely be looking for this imbalance to be cleared inside this area. But if you're into scalping and you know you want profitable moves, then yeah, take some TP here. I don't want the move to be wasted. In my particular case, I took a little bit of profit off of that just now. You know, 43. You guys know me by now, at least if you've been streaming with me for the last several weeks or last month, if you will. Even when we were in the previous server before, you've heard me mention before, just compound those wins. $40 here, $40 there, $40 here, $40 there. All those things start to add up. All that stuff adds up. So a little bit of a fight here inside this level, a little bit of a fight. Volume is going up, so that's decent. You know, that's something that we want to see right now. Volume is starting to go up a little bit. And so if we don't have any true sell signals that are developing here, we're running into some volatility. That's why you're seeing this occur like that. The trend on a 34-minute from a bearish perspective is really exhausted. So they're kind of tired here. Oh man. Yeah, recovering from a small cold, man. It takes all that energy away. It takes all that energy away. You said limits for 2015 in that area. Okay. I'm with you. I got 9 minutes on this one. So for this setup phase again to change 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's this area right over here. Yeah. So that was a quick move in that sense. You know, that's kind of what I was mentioning before, at least in previous streams. Like sometimes it's difficult just to, you know, take the limit, go into the chat, post it. This is what I'm doing. But that's essentially what I did just now. Is if you look inside the server, you know, I was longing that 34-minute, that TD9 sequential. So I was just triggering that one. I do have limits that are set a little bit lower, yes, but what if I don't get to that area? I don't want to miss that bow. At least I don't want to miss those gains or potential gains that we could see to the upside. Because the upside at bare minimum, like we have to clear this imbalance, right? For it to make sense. It's actually throwing some dynamics real quick. You see what that looks like. And look, see, we have some hot pockets. Hot pocket. If you guys know that comedian, you know what I'm talking about. But we have some hot pockets that sit right inside this area. Hot pocket. I'm laughing with myself here. That's probably, I'm probably aging myself. Some of you guys know that comedian. So, you know, clearing this imbalance, getting into this hot pocket is really what we're looking for. If we can breach above that, we have smaller little pockets that sit right inside this area, right over here. So there's, you know, 2168. So it's essentially sweeping these highs inside this area. Volume just needs to continue to match that. We got like 7 minutes left inside of this current session on a 34-minute. All right, so you can always give us a little high, yeah, you know, boom, boom, come down to this area, right over here, you know. I didn't mean to do that. You know, you got to move down to here, then you got to move up like that. But very, very, very thin liquidity that sits inside this area. You've already tapped into some of it. The hot pocket is really going to be the area that we're looking for. And yeah, I'm going to say that every single time we have a hot pocket. Hey, you get a stream and you get entertainment. Sure, you're not going to clear it? Okay, thank you. Thank you. 6 minutes left inside of this session. As we start winding down on this session, I'll look, I'm going to start taking TPs here in this area. Hold on. It smells like electrical fire. Unless it's gonna, I have my door open, unless it's coming from outside. Hang on real quick, guys. That's not good. Maybe I'm tripping. I got a nose like a bat, like a hound. All right, let me get back to work. Might have been said, nah, we're gonna explode your screens. You get nothing. Yeah, so that's, you know, seeing this little move right here, that's kind of why I was taking TPs on that. I don't want the time to be wasteful. I don't want the time to be wasteful. There'll always be an entry. There'll always be an opportunity to get in. 4 minutes left inside of this current session. Let's actually dial down. Let's look at lower time frames because yeah, see, I'm running hot here on these lower time frames. Look at that. I'm already running hot, so I'm gonna go back over to a 34 minute. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take profit on that. And if it moves higher, it moves higher. But remember, the entire objective is just to be profitable in those moves. Yeah, it freaked me out for a second. I was like, yo, do I have an electrical fire going on? What is that? See, that's running hot. Cleared a lot of imbalance over here, but we do have an imbalance that sits at 2046. So just a heads up on that. Little boom here and then moves up. You know, in this price action that we're seeing, as far as, you know, massive move down to the downside, you know, a lot of traders, or at least, you know, crypto Twitter, things of that nature, you get mixed views on this. You know, sometimes individuals expect, you know, massive move down to the downside and then a big giant pull back up. And we did get a decent pull back up, at least on a 5-day perspective. But, you know, we don't have a confirmation for that just yet. So what I'm getting at is you're going to see a lot of sideways movement until it develops, until it fully matures. So the swings, like any swing trade, you got to be patient and just wait for it to come to you. Don't chase it. Don't get into an entry and like, all right, bet I just longed, 2015 and, here we come 3,600, right? We got to wait for a lot to develop here. So what I'm getting at, what I'm trying to drive home here is if you're taking these lower time frame trades, you got to treat them like scalps. You got to treat them like scalps. Don't look at it saying, I got into an entry and then it kept going. Man, I wish I would have held on to it. Well, if it kept going, then you have your confirmation that, we've hit a local bottom. Then you just look for the next entry. You just look for the next entry so you can get into it. TD9 sequentials become really resourceful in this regard. If you guys are not utilizing TD9 sequential, we do offer it. There are tutorials for that inside of our server. If you do have VIP inside of the server, you actually have access to those videos. You can see how they develop, even if you don't have the indicators per se. But if you want to know what they look like and how they operate, you can check out that section inside the VIP section. And if you don't have VIP, then shoot me a DM. I'll make sure that you do get VIP. Yeah, so that TP wasn't bad. That wasn't a bad idea to TP that. All right, new session. Be on guard here. You can see a big flush down into this area right over here. I mean, on lower time frame first, probably wants to clear this imbalance. Where'd it go? There it is. Probably wants to clear that imbalance first, which is 2045. If it can clear that imbalance and then move back up, then we're going to target the hot pocket. So 2045, 2015 inside of those areas. It already cleared the imbalance at, 2013. Right inside that area, you can see where that triangle is at right here. It already cleared that imbalance. But bears are tired. That doesn't mean they're completely depleted. They're just tired. This is a Tukuri line type of candle. Should usually print continuation. Should. Did it just clear 2045? Nope, not just yet. You're on my radar though. You're definitely on my radar. The first three candles of a session are really going to be, well, from a TD9 sequential perspective, those are going to be like your most important candles. Typically, like the favors are more in your odds if you can get 3 sessions to print. It doesn't negate the fact that it can come down and test some lower levels to flip that session. But typically when you have three candles that print on a TD9 sequential, your probability of it grows higher than 50% as far as moving to the upside, meaning you'll see higher highs to complete that setup phase. So the first 3 are really, really important to maintain. And if we can have maintenance on that, if we can hold those areas, then we should be able to print, 6, 7, 8, 9s. Perfect world for us would be if we get like a 6 or a 7 that's higher than an 8 or 9. We get a deep retracement back down to the downside. And then that will tell us saying, okay, we've got a wave 2 that's going to develop. Wave 1 was already printed right around like that 2150 area. And then wave 2 is going to be developed. And then wave 3 is just going to blow past all those levels. I know that's a lot to take in. especially if you're new to my setups, new to my strategy, or at least new to the streams. But I'll walk you through that as we go through it. I'm trying to get to the free classes for you guys inside the server this weekend, and it was just a no-go for me. Just overall, not necessarily in talking mood, just heat flashes, internal fever, headache, and all that stuff. I just wouldn't be giving you guys 100%. I'd be a little bit more short, for lack of better terminology, and I don't like that when I'm in that frame of mind when I don't feel well. So now that I'm a little bit more healthier, if you will, this week, we'll try to get to Thursday classes, doing some free classes for you guys. I'll pick up from where I posted inside the server, the class. I'll do that one this Thursday. What does full TP on that look like? Okay. And I started setting up copy trade over the weekend. I didn't execute it, but I am going to be doing the copy trade. I'm debating if I should run it public or if I should just run it private for the server. I'm leaning more towards private for the server, so that's just added benefit to you guys that are inside the server. But this week I'm trying my absolute hardest to finish tweaking out the little things that I want to add inside of the server for you guys, so there's added benefit for you. And then I also want to start getting the copy trade up and running. But like I said, I'm leaning more towards running it as a private copy trade, which essentially you need to log in and you'd have to have a password for it, and then you'd be able to access it. But I'll carve out a section inside the server for VIPs where you can see those setups. And then maybe we'll run some private streams on those. What are you rejecting that's here in this area, though? What are you rejecting? This? It's nothing. Yeah, you had some rejection there, but that's nothing. You've already violated it. That feels like inducement. That feels like inducement for shorts. Yeah, there's nothing there that makes any sense why we have a hard rejection or a throwdown from that area. It feels and looks like inducement, in my opinion. See a couple of you guys are putting the Citadel tag on your name. That's what's up. That's what's up. Remember, you guys will have access to the $100 giveaway that we're doing. That'll close this Sunday. So I'll tally up the entries on Sunday. And then there's a $100 giveaway for that. And we'll also keep in mind, remember, you guys have the journals, so be sure to be setting up your journals. There's only a couple of you guys that are setting your journals. So right now, these guys are in the lead for the $100 giveaway. Gus is one of them. There was another one in here. Ahmed is another one. These guys are posting in here basically daily, posting their setup. So take a look at it. There's other traders in here inside of our server that have pretty good ideas. So it's good information for you guys to look at. Appreciate all you guys. You guys that are on the ground floor of the server. Shout out to you guys, man. You know, the first 200 people, you guys are going to be blessed. Promise you that. You guys are going to be blessed. You guys are going to be some core members, you know, developing this server overall. So good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, inside this area, I'm looking for somewhere inside these zones, like 2150, 2164. You know, ideally, I'd like to see a sweep. You know, I'd want to start building inside this area, inside of this first rectangle that you see right over here. I'd want to start building inside that zone, and then if, you know, I get a sweep inside this area, then I'd go a little bit more aggressive on the short limits. Excuse me. But inside these zones, I want to see a sweep of that. And then we can get a push down, because then that would complete my wave 1, and then I can get a wave 2 that comes down to these lower levels. I would remeasure the wave 1, because right now I'm measuring the wave 1 contingent on this last move that we had up to the upside, 2151. Appreciate you. You are the man, Lucas. You are the man. My main man, 50 grand. No, but I appreciate every single one of you guys. I really do. Yeah, for the scalps, lower capital, higher lev. Yeah, for sure. It just makes the risk reward a little bit more beneficial. Makes it a little bit more profitable. So like if, for example, like if this move were to go, you know, to full TP, it's like $200. If it goes higher, it goes higher. But like the TP that I have in mind, it'd print like $200. You know, so a quick 20% gain on the port, it's not bad. The idea is to do roughly around 8% per day. I said a little bit of I added a little bit of extra, maybe pressure is probably the best way of describing it, but it doesn't really feel like pressure, but that's the only way of describing it is I put a little bit more pressure in the sense of trying to hit our 10K target inside the month of February. So I broke down the numbers inside my corner there as far as like what those goals are that I'm looking to achieve per week. And then obviously as the portfolio grows, the margins will grow. Yeah, 65 to around 80. And then obviously if I go for those swings, those bigger swings, I'll drastically reduce that to somewhere around like 10 to 15x and then go with a much larger margin. Excuse me. Excuse me. We're getting closer to that sweep level, or it's not sweep level, the imbalance level. This right over here. We touch it just yet? No, we're getting close to it. But you didn't clear it. That's crazy. Just shy of it. Huh. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, next session would be, because there's 18 minutes left in this session, 1, 2, 3, 4. So then this becomes my next target. Let me just double check something real quick, because sometimes heat maps can throw me off when I'm looking for a candle close. Yeah, so there'd be this session right over here. And that would round trip some of us because we longed this session right over here. So that would round trip you. That's why it's important to take profits and then look for another entry here in this area. In my opinion, I'll keep saying this. This feels like inducement for shorts. It's trying to bait shorts into here. But this is not like a strong resistance area, so it doesn't really make sense from a technical perspective, in my opinion. Like all the liquidity, you know, for just this time frame kind of sits right over here. All right, we should clear that imbalance here in any minute. And you see we have an imbalance to the upside and an imbalance here. Come on, a little bit lower. Bang. Why are you front running it? By a penny. By a freaking penny. Oh no, it cleared it. 41. 42. Okay, cool. It cleared it. By a penny. It cleared it by a penny. So that area is cleared. Not that much liquidity, but that area is cleared. That's an area that I was looking at. Now it's just a matter of what this 34 is going to do. Oops. There we go. See if this 34 can pull back up. Yeah, I believe next session we're definitely going to tap back into this. That's why it's important that you guys, or at least for me, it's important for me that I take profit here at these levels. Because then I'm going to get round tripped here in this area. It might try to sweep this level and push down a little bit lower into testing New York open high. Oh, let me show you all the way. That's Moneyman's anthem right now. Let me show you all the ways that I can run both sides. This is their jam right here. All right, so clear that imbalance. Okay, that's good. That's so far. Still not out of the woods yet, though. Like, you need to see a big push into here. You know, so shorts need to keep aping into this area while bulls start to defend that, and then it just continues to induce it. That gives us our momentum up. I'm here in the background just getting a quick bite to eat. ADX on 34 minutes going to give us a move here soon. It's going to give him an aggressive move here soon. Because once this thing pops up, whatever dominant side is leading is going to get the favor. Right now they're battling. They're battling for dominance. Bears are laying right on top of them. See? That little tiny gap, they haven't crossed over. Bullish dominance needs to spike up here if it's going to have a move up. And then ADX will carry it the rest of the way. Mm, I'd like for you to actually clear that imbalance before you move up. That would be ideal. But I have I have more imbalance at the upside on slightly higher time frame, 34 minute. Oh man, I needed that. Woo! I felt like I was withering away there just now. Bulls are mainly playing defense here. All right, they're not on offense yet. They're mainly playing defense. If any of you guys, follow any sports, I'm a basketball guy. Defense and offense can change hands in a blink of an eye. Kind of same metaphor here. What do they say? Defense wins championships. So Bears clearly went on the offensive since September. And they've just been racking up those points. They have such a deep spread, they can be like, yeah, you know what? We can give us some points here. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Where Bulls are like, man, we got to get some points on the scoreboard. We can't roll a donut. Can't roll a donut. And during this challenge, just a heads up, FYI, I want to try to not necessarily limit the trades that I take, but I want to try to limit, anywhere between like 3 to 4 trades per day. Some trades may be offline. I'll be here till about 1:30. Then I got to handle some personal things in that regard, but I'll still be looking at charts. And if there's a good setup for us, I'll post it inside of the forum for that stream. So it'll be like an offline trade, but it's still related to that stream, because you could always go back and go, okay, what was he talking about and why would he take this trade? And then you can see it there. You can watch the playback and really soak yourself on the thought process behind as far as what I'm looking at. So I'll be posting like what my setups are, even offline. But for the most part, most big trades are done like around 11:30. That's not bulletproof. That's not in stone. That's just usually what you see in the market. This next session coming up in the next 5 minutes, I have no doubt we're going to come back to this area. I feel pretty confident we'll come back and test this area. Maybe even a little bit lower. Sweep this right here, test New York open high. We'll probably see the sweep of that high at some point. You know, shorts wanting, you know, BTC lower, wanting that 50K handle again. And then BTC and ETH just keep pushing higher. I still believe that, you know, ETH has much, much lower to go down to. You know, I had some targets that were sitting roughly around like the 1813 area, which it proved to be right, but I don't think we're going to be completely out of the woods just yet. I think this span is going to last for another like four to 6 more months. Actually, until about October. Until about October. And wherever we bottom out at, you know, I have like 1105 down to like 900, somewhere in that area. Like we bottom out inside of those areas. Full port. Full port. I say that sarcastically. I wouldn't full port, but I would definitely be going in heavier in those positions. And you know, that would be a position that would just hold for years. Two, 3 years, to be honest with you. And then go to a sub account and then just take, you know, small little intraday scalps or just intraday setups altogether, whether it be scalp longs, scalp shorts, what have you. Boy, they're squeezing both sides. I don't want anybody to play. I don't want nobody to play. I haven't checked Hyperbot, but I've definitely been checking. What's this guy's name? Sailor and Lee. Where's Tom Lee at? Oh, look at that. He's only 8.8 billion. His current unrealized profit right now is 7.5 billion in the red. 46% in the red. Eesh. Just think about that for a second. Anytime that you're sitting inside of the red, not that your face value has to compare to theirs, but you know, you got literally billionaires sitting in those reds and they have enclosed positions. Like, that's got to tell you something. That's got to be like high conviction. High conviction. And if any of you guys are curious as to how to add the tag, I've outlined it inside of the announcement section. I think I did. Yeah. Yesterday at 122, you know, how to add the tag, whether you're doing it from desktop or you're doing it from mobile. Be sure to click on the present emoji at the bottom, so that's gonna put you in it. And then I'll run through all these names to make sure that they have the name that's on there. So once you've added the Citadel tag to your name, just make sure you hit the present, because that's what I'm going to be going off of, just as an FYI. I'm going to look at, anyone that clicked on it, then I run through all those names, and then just have a random picker pick one of those names. I'll have something like Grok or something like that. Choose the name. So Danny, good morning, brother. Good morning, good morning, good morning. God bless you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got a PM session here starting soon. Hopefully we get a little bit of movement on that. What do these EMAs look like? I haven't looked at EMAs yet. Ah, that's what you're rejecting. That's what you're rejecting. I was like, what is rejecting over here? Okay, so you have EMA traders, EMA shorters that are shorting that. Sheesh. Boy, boy, if we can get to 2280 as a wave one. Oh my gosh. What does that look like? Let's move this over. So let's just assume, but if we attack that box, then this needs to be shorter. Unless I have a huge pattern here. Yeah, that's the only way that'll be pretty big. That'll be pretty big. Oh yeah, that'll be much larger. Yep. I'm gonna make some adjustments. So I'm gonna remove those limits on the short. Just as a quick heads up, FYI, I'm gonna remove those. I'm removing those limits because if I get a sweep higher, I'm gonna remove the same for BTC. So just as an FYI, this is what I'm gonna be doing. Actually, I'm gonna add some confluence here. I want to look at some fibs. If I can find it, make my brain work. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna get rid of this in the meantime. I'm gonna get rid of this box. The box is gonna be meaningless to me because I don't need the alarm. I have some liquidity pockets that sit right there. Still gonna TP inside of the hot pocket. I'm gonna take some profits in that area. But what I'm measuring right now, that's not what I meant to do. You know, I'm measuring from this pivot, right? Down to this pivot right over here. And so we want to look at some resistance. Oh, that's support. 0.382. Ah, you're gonna close at 0.5. Yep, there you are. Because you're rejecting right now at 0.382. But there's better data at 0.5. Okay. Okay, I don't need these. Don't need this. 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 Don't. I don't need that. I don't need any of this crap, to be honest with you. That's my main focus for wave 1. Okay. I can get rid of this trend line. This trend line is going to be garbage. I have 2 order blocks that sit inside that area, pretty thick. Right, I need to see that this order block is respected. I'll start building inside this area, 2301. Let's assume, let's bring this up just a little bit more, just like that. 618. Son posible. Let's look at some fib zones so we can get this to match up a little bit better. I'm already currently here, so let's move you over. Let's get you on here, right there. That's pretty sharp, but I can bring you right here to this zone, move you over. And what do I have over here? Oh, I have pretty sure I have a significant fib. I can't see that. Okay. Alright. So that's 1. So I need 1 more fib here. I like this a little bit better. I like this a little bit better. Yeah, that puts me right at like 0.88. If I come deeper, right in between here somewhere. That would be ideal. This would be ideal. I'll post this inside. I'll update the chart for us now. Actually, let me get rid of. Actually, I'll leave that there. That's fine. Let's make sure everything is transposed correctly. Here it is. Okay, that's inside the server for you guys. All right, so let's drill down on this. Oh, wait. What does that take me to? Like if we TP'd in that same area? That'll be decent. We'll probably run into some turbulence, right over here, because we obviously had some rejections inside the zone. We have some EMAs that sit inside this area. That little face is printing a 10. That would be so money. If we can get that, that'd be so money. But we just have inducement going on both sides here. I feel like the longs would still be more favorable, at least build into those longs. And that would be ideal to short. It may not be that aggressive. It may come down to these levels. So each one of these levels, not these, 0.32 and 0.5, they can go pound sand. I'd really be looking at 618, 76, and 0.88. Interesting. Interesting. All right. I wish I added to my BTC, but I'm fine. I'll just wait. Just mainly focus on Ethereum here. USDT, what are you doing? All right, USDT, just, take a long walk on a short bridge, please. Okay, approaching that hot pocket. Hot pocket. Made a new high in comparison to that. So just hold. If you took profits, you took profits, you're good. So now you know at least that you're profitable. If it comes back to break even, then you break even. You have a second opportunity to get back in. Oh man. Yeah, it's tapping into that pocket right there. I need to take that for liquidity. Volume is absolute garbage though. Volume sucks. I hate to use that phrase, but it's true. Just volume is just absolute booty right now. I don't need this trend line. I was just observing it. See what kind of uptrend it was giving us. Ignore this 0.32. This is for the way back down. This is what we're looking for. But I'm ultimately going to get rid of it, to be honest with you. Yeah, see, breach above, right above here. Get it right into this level. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I was being a little bit too aggressive on that. And I think majority of people are seeing the same thing that I'm seeing. I don't want to be part of that liquidity. I don't want to short here. And then it just pushes through. Then, then I'm chasing a short. So I'm gonna utilize the fib levels. Just use the mathematics on that. Let's go. Let's go. No, we already took a trade, bro. It's inside the server. I pointed where I longed the TD9 sequential long. And then I just posted where this short is at. What's up, boy? Hello, hello, hello. Greetings, greetings, greetings. God bless you. Volume needs to move, though. I don't trust this move, man. Volume is atrocious here. All right, we just cleared imbalance there, cleared imbalance here. So a lot of imbalance has been cleared there so far. I'm going to go ahead and take a nice cool 50 off of that. Set my stop loss to break even. Not shorting it or anything like that. I just took profits. That was just a TP for me in that area. I didn't fully close. I took 50% profit off of that. My long limits that I had at 2015, I'm going to remove those long limits because if I come back down now from here inside this area, then most likely I go a little bit lower. So I'm going to remove that limit that I have for the long. Just get rid of that. And I'm just going to let the remainder of this ride. So even if I do just $100 for the entire day, you know, I'm up roughly, 10% on the port, and I'm trying to reach roughly around like 8.6 minimum per day. You guys like that entry? You guys like that entry? Time frame. Yeah, it's at the very top on the left-hand side. It says 34-minute index. And on the right-hand side of the chart, it shows 2383.41. Stop loss shows 2353.60. I mean, maybe you got to zoom in. I don't know. But I can definitely see it. Let's go, boys. Let's go. I need some hype music on here. I need some hype music. Yeah, music got a little bit louder, but I'm going to turn it down. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, that's what's up. Some of you guys already hit your daily goal. Shout out to you, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. Like, if you guys are in the stream, you guys are taking trades, do me a solid. Help me out here. Help me, Howard. If you guys follow me on Twitter, you guys can see where I posted the challenge, right? Inside of the comment section, if you took some of these ETH longs today, flex your P&L inside that comment section. We want to make sure that people are not just learning, right? You're learning, but you're being paid to learn, right? It's usually the opposite. You go to college, you got to pay a tuition. You go to a private school, you got to pay a tuition. Here in the stream, you're getting paid to learn. So go to the comment section, flex that P&L, let the world know the challenge is off to a good start. The challenge is off to a good start. Some of you guys are hitting your daily goals already. That makes me more proud than anything. Because now you can say, you know what? I don't care what the market does. I can close this chart and I can walk away and go do my thing. Rejection. This was anticipated. See, this is why I don't like EMAs on lower time frames, for this specific reason. For this specific reason. See how they're all shorting this area? And I was saying earlier that this smells like inducement. There's not really a strong resistance area here at this level. Like what is going on here? So you had EMA traders shorting this EMA right over here, which is your 50. The yellow is your 100, and your red is your 200. So they're shorting this area right over here. On lower time frames, it's not the best strategy, in my opinion, to short that. Now, if it's a higher time frame and we're rejecting off a higher time frame, then yeah, there's stronger data in there. But please, please, please do not be afraid to take profits on this. Even if you close out, Even if even if you close out and it goes all the way to this area, your time spent was profitable. That's not me saying to close it. I'm just saying throwing caution to the wind. Be profitable, guys. So let's see. When did we long this? This was at what time? Is this bad boy 10:18? So an hour's worth of work. Show me another job based on your expertise, your skill set that you're getting paid $50 an hour. Like that's the whole point. That's the whole point. I get this a lot of the times. People get scared where to TP, and they hold on to it, and then it runs back to entry or it runs back to stop loss. Like, think about that for a second. Really, really think about that for a second. You know what your skill sets are in this world. You know what type of employer would hire you based on what you can do, whether it's construction, whether it's administration work, what have you. And you know what that job is going to pay per hour. Typically, if you're getting paid $50 an hour to do anything, you have some type of credentials to follow with that, whether you're a doctor, you're a lawyer. And the only thing outside of that is essentially going to be sales. So when you're trading and you're hitting those targets, yo, I just made $20 inside of an hour. Any other job that I would do, I'd get paid maybe like $12 an hour. This is clearly paying more than that. So you got to think about it from that perspective. Not necessarily like I want to TP at the absolute peak, pico top. That's where greed starts to settle in, and that's where a lot of traders they get flustered and emotional when it comes to the trades, and then they run back to to entry level, or they run into their stop loss, and they're like, "Man, I had a $300 profit, and I didn't take any of it at all." Right? So you just got to kind of align your mind with that. Like if you're treating this like a full-time job, like a full-time trader, this is how you get paid. This is your workstation. This is your office. How do you get paid? This is how you get paid. Yeah, I canceled 2150. Yes, it's updated inside the server. Everything will be posted inside the server, guys. So tomorrow when we stream again tomorrow, I'll put a fresh link up. There'll be a new forum, and the new setups will be right inside of that forum. I'm trying to organize this to where people that were not part of it and they wanted to see what they missed, or maybe they took something on their own and they weren't part of the stream and they just want confluence to match up, that's something they can go back and look at. They can look at the thought process behind it. They can look at the setup, all of that stuff, versus just spamming my corner with a whole bunch of things, and then people have to kind of like scroll up and start digging and looking for it. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for you guys to not only locate where the setup was, but identify what was the thought process behind it. Was this just a blind entry, or was there any thought put behind that? Now let's look at volume. Volume kind of picked up a little bit, not that much though. I don't, I'm not the biggest fan of the volume so far, to be honest with you. I'm getting hot. I need to take the sweater off. We're not looking for any ad backs here or anything like that. We're not. We're just letting it ride. If it came all the way back down to entry, it was a profitable move. I literally do not care if it comes back to entry. I don't. And in that same breath, what I'm trying to illustrate to you guys is it's not me not having emotions behind this. It's me controlling those emotions. I've said this before, and it's kind of like a pet peeve of mine when I hear other traders saying you got to be emotionless when you're trading. The best traders that are out there have no emotions. Yeah, if you're a psychopath. But for the majority, it's at least like 85% of most people, they have emotions. And you're a human being. You woke up this morning, so you have emotions. Is it difficult to control them at times? Yeah, it is. But what you can control is impulse. Understand your emotions and control your impulses. So that's why when you hear me say, I don't care if it comes back to entry, that's me having control over it, saying, yeah, I would like for it to go to my target. I'd like to see it go to 2301. Absolutely. Absolutely. That would be a banger. That would be a good win. But what if I'm wrong, right? Because nobody's dialed in to the point where they know precisely where it's going to go, where it's going to reject, what's going to happen. There's so many different other factors that are moving in the market that none of us can control. But what we can control are our impulses. Good start. Good start for us, boys. Good start. Good start. Good start. And I'm not going to front either. Starting these challenges, or any challenge for that matter, there's some pressure because you got all eyes on you. Not that that bothers me in any way, but you want to guide people in the right way. You don't want to guide them, into a sawmill where they get slaughtered. And you also don't want them to sit there and hold position. So this is why you'll hear me shouting, "This is where I'm taking TP." At that point, it's totally up to you. It's going to be your prerogative if you want to follow suit or if you want to hold. Like I said, there's some traders out there who are like full TP or stop loss. It's one or the other. I personally don't like wasting my time when I'm in the office. As I mentioned, like this is the office. This is your business. I don't want to waste my time. So as of right now, nobody's time should be wasted if they follow the same things that I did. Start listening to Carl Jung. I don't think I've listened to that. Maybe I've heard him before, but not familiar with him. If you want a real like punch you in the face type of motivational speaker, David Goggins is one of them. He's got some. If you've read any of his books, it's a pretty good one. There's another book that's out there. I forgot the name of the author. It's Relentless. This guy was the physical therapist for Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, and somebody else. And so he spent a lot of one-on-one times with, top-notch athletes and really understanding their mindset. And then he took all of that information, all that data over those years. These are championship players and what it was like for them, and put it into a book. And essentially, these people were relentless. But that's a great book. I got to find the author of that. Or maybe someone just does a quick Google search for me. Actually, you know what? I'll do it for us. I'll do it for us. Tim Grover. There it is. You can get it for $10. Audiobooks, you can get it for $9 if you go to Wally World, Walmart. From Good to Great to Unstoppable. Yeah. I read that a long time ago, but it was a really good book. And he kind of has no filters either, man. He kind of like punches you in the face with thoughts, things like that. Let it ride, boys. Let it ride. What is that? 2301. That's what's up. Nice and clean, one solid trade. Call it a day after that. Don't give anything back. And if if you're up on your port, obviously you've hit a new all-time high for your portfolio. Adjust what your max drawdown is going to be. Your max drawdown would have been maybe like 5 to 6% off of, say you're using a 1K port. But now that your port has grown, now you need to adjust what your max drawdown is going to be for the day based on that total port. So just keep that in mind, guys. So that way you don't give back, all of the profits that you made. Yeah, it's a great book, man. It's a great book. I haven't gotten into a lot of those books. I mean, honestly, the main book that I read now for like motivation and understanding is going to be the Bible. A lot of you guys know that about myself. But over my years, when I was a mortgage broker, things like that, it's pretty grueling on the mental status. A lot of letdowns and setbacks. There's a lot of hunting and acquiring and procuring your own business and book of business, things like that. Heavy competition that's out there. So sometimes it can be very deflating, building a relationship, things like that, and things don't come to fruition. So a lot of those books I used to read during those times and kind of geared my mind in the right setting. But this is a mental sport. We've talked about this before. This is 100% a mental sport. Trading, compared to anything else out there inside of the world, trading is like one of the only sports that are out there where you'll really find out who you are in the sense of like emotions and how you handle impulses, things like that. So it's really you versus you. It's a lot more rewarding when you're inside of a community of other like minds. That makes it so much better versus just trying to pioneer and grow a portfolio, from nothing to something by yourself. But it's a lot easier. But at the end of the day, risk management and all that stuff, it really falls on you. It really falls on you. Let's look at some of these candles. Let's see how we're heating up real quick. I want to keep that in the background for us, just because volume is kind of meh. Running a little warm. It's a little yellowish. All right. I'd rather see those red candles. I'd rather see those. I'm gonna set some limits for 2301. That's something I didn't do on my back end. I got a little excited on that on that move. So 2301, 0.31. I'm gonna set some limits for that as well too. I'm gonna go a little bit heavier on that because my thesis is that that would be give us a wave one in that area. I'll go a little bit heavier on that one. All right, that limit is set. Three-minute looks like it's trying to develop a flag, which that would make total sense because we'd get continuation. It looks like it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is. It looks like it's creating a flag here. And that would kind of speak volumes into kind of what we're looking at. I'm going to measure that on here on a different screen. I'll show you guys here in a second. Let me just measure that out real quick. And that would give us continuation to 2158. Yeah, that's so they try to give us an equal high. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a bunch of shorts try to enter in that level. I would take another TP in that area. In the event that I'm wrong, let's say that was wave one, and now we just have an equal high. But let's look at USDT real quick. Yeah, USDT needs to flex down. It's got some sell signals, not fully exhausted here on that trend. So just need to see a little dip on that ADX, little dippy poo. And see how this DI negative is running relatively flat down here. Anytime it gets down into these levels, whether it be DI positive or DI negative, you know, that's kind of like the floor, whether it be for ADX or your DI indicators, that's relatively the floor. And then you start getting into tops, you know, the ceilings being around 80s. Damn, are we already at 80? Yeah, pretty much there. Yeah, we topped out right at 80. Yeah, that's a nice little peak, 82. That's on a daily, so that's, you know, that's better data that sits there. But mind you, this is inside of a wave 3, so wave 4. So yeah, I fully anticipate USDT. It's still got more juice in it. You know, the last bear market that we had, or at least the most significant one that we had, was being in 2022 when we hit 3-digit ETH. USDT hit all-time highs. And we're kind of in that same area. You know, we got the data that's there. So the next move would be another all-time high, and that would push ETH into the toilet. The toilet. Yeah, it's coming back down now. So glad I took TP on that. So no, different. Let's see. That was going to be a high and tight, but now I may form something a little bit different here. Can I even get anything out of that? Oh, you're going to clear an imbalance that sits right here. All right, so let's look at an up thrust real quick. Our fibs can be used for almost anything, right? Just measuring this little impulse up, because, you know, this essentially would be a vertical run up because it's impulsive like that. And typically you have a retracement, you know, between, you know, 618 down to 76 levels. Maybe you can get a flag out of that. Maybe a big fat maybe. This is speculation. I'm not saying for sure that this is what it would be. Oh, it would be a little wonky. Just gotta be careful about that. You gotta clear this imbalance right here. Did it clear it? The last time it did that to me, it was low 2080.36. Oh, wait. Oh, I cleared it. Say less. Am I tripping? Hold on, man. Okay, I cleared it. 2079.41, 2080.36. Okay, I cleared that. Hey, can we get some continuation, please? Yeah, we'll look at that. Oh, me and out. And us myself. And tired of hearing that song. Can't hear that song at least like 3 times a day. We need better vibes. Yeah, so when you TP, take a TP. Okay, doesn't give me that option. All right, back to charts. And just FYI, if any of you guys are picking up the indicators, there is a section inside the server if you run into any snags, which you shouldn't, because anyone who's ever picked them up hasn't ran into any snags. But there is a section. If you run into any confusions or anything like that, there's a section in there that you can post your questions inside there. The tutorials are already in there for VIP, so if you want to check them out before it's something that you want to subscribe to or at least pick up altogether, because it's lifetime access, it's a one-time fee. You can check out the tutorials in there and see how I use them. But obviously, as you can see inside the stream, you see exactly how I utilize them. Be right back. Use the restroom. I'll be right back, guys. Somebody scream if something happens. Minute one looks like a nice flag. I'll take a look at it. Oh, good. When are you gonna get your corner inside the server, bro? You're a good trader, man. You got some good setups on Sol too. We need to chat in DM, bro. Y'all need to check him out, man. He's got some good thought process behind his setups. But for real, you need to have a corner, dude. Can't keep you a secret, man. That's your secret move. You're a secret, huh? But shoot me a DM if you are interested. We'd love to have you as a core trader in the sense of putting setups. And Gus, man, Gus. I don't know if Gus is in here, but he's inside of our server. I don't know if you're here listening, but he's got some good setups too, man. Got some good thought process behind that. So we're gonna have some more servers. I'm gonna be triggering some more roles for you guys. Be following different traders. What did I wanted to check? I wanted to check something over here. That's pulling too much data. Yeah, it's a little bit more clear. Yeah, I see it. And it's kind of the same thing we were looking at on the 1 minute. Yeah, it's a little bit sexier. Same targets though. Volume just sucks though, man. That's all. That's the only thing I don't like. I don't like the volume. Yeah, it puts me in the same targets. Nothing really changes. It's just better visual. Me now. So the next level that it would need to come and test, one, 2, 3, 4 would be here. So this actually kind of went up, which would be testing the bottom of this candle. That's if we don't get a 9 beforehand. Yeah, I'm always leery about these brand new accounts that are coming in. That's just about being steady here, making sure you guys taking profits. I mean, like I said, this is the key level right over here next that I feel like it's going to come back and test this area probably in the next candle, if not here now. 1, 2, 3, 4. So in between here, these two levels right here. And this is normal ETH behavior, man. ETH will pump and ETH will retrace its move. He's got a whole bunch of longs that are aping in because they see, a 0.2% improvement and they want to start longing it, but they didn't want to long it when it was retracing back down. So this is where you start getting that. It's amateur moves, and that's what kind of unravels a lot of these moves for us. Yeah, that flag don't look like it's gonna hold. Definitely not. Yeah, it's gonna attack these liquidity pockets right over here, and I think that lines up with what we were saying. And see these areas, so it would be a little bit lower. Yeah, 0.5 is out of the question, so I don't even need 0.5. Surely 618, 76. It's right in between that pocket. That's at previous high. Come back and test that maybe. Do I have a break of structure? I don't. I got a pullback. Nikes. I need a new change of character. We need a new change of character. That's what we need. Mm. Yeah, some chill beats. All right. Any questions I can answer for you guys? You shorted 2100? Okay. So you guys got me for about another hour or so. If you guys got questions, things I can answer for you, please feel free. Drop them inside the chat. As you guys know, I engage with you guys. Happy to answer any questions. If you have questions about the server, what we're doing inside of the server, if you have any questions about the giveaways, questions about your Bitsunix VIP status, what have you, questions about strategies, things of that nature, kind of open the floor up for you guys. Try to answer any questions as we go through the next hour here. Not always. They don't. Not always. You have like a 52% chance of that probability of it actually working, and 48% chance that it's not. Candles that have a higher probability are going to be, bullish engulfings, and bearish engulfings. Those have the highest probability. So I look for those. I look for shooting stars followed with an engulfing and bearish engulfing, or if I have an equal high that turns into a shooting star followed by an engulfing, then yeah, I'm out. But the engulfings have the higher probabilities. Notice that, I know I said this earlier, this 0.32 area is really not going to mean anything, but if you notice, where we put this fib level, we put it up over here. So this kind of tells me something. I'm finding some support here in this area. So when I come back here, I'm going to come back and retest it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to long it. It just shows me that price action is trying to develop here inside of this area, which subsequently just lines up with that 0.382 level. So I feel good about our TP area, and I feel good about where our potential short's going to come from. Did I measure wave 3? I don't think I did. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'll just do it again for good measure. Oh wow. F me. Jeez. What is that? 32? Sheesh. Still bearish retest, but that would be absolutely beautiful. And this would be short. I don't like that. That won't make any sense. Once wave 1 is developed, we'll come back and measure wave 3. I don't need all these extra levels that are over here. I don't need all this extra junk. I don't need that. I don't need 618s. I don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't. And 0.76. Okay. What do I have here at 33.16? I think I have you on a 5-day. That's this level right over here. Yeah. And hold up, I just had a wave 3 thing. You know what? That kind of does make sense. Look at that. Look at that. I'll probably have to do that manually. Nope. Yep. 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 But this is going to get violated. I don't need that fib anymore. Let me get rid of that. This would be a short term. So if I get down to here, then what are my flat levels going to look like? I didn't mean to do that. That would invalidate. That would give us a short one. What if I go higher? Only way this makes sense is if then where are you? I'm Batman. Nice bat there. No way. That would go way deeper. That would go way deeper. That most likely, that's probably going to turn into, this would probably turn into a wave 1. And then you get a wave 2, some crap like that. And then you'll get your 3. How do I get to here? So I need to go there. Yeah. I'll measure out the ABC when I get there. I scalp on that. What do I have here? Previous supports. Come back and retest that, okay? For reclaim. Okay. Yep. Man, if that plays out, oh my gosh. I just need wave 1 to finish. To give me a better understanding. Are you guys following along kind of what I'm looking at? Yeah, I see it. I'm watching it. I'm looking at it on a smaller chart here on the other side. For the flag, we needed like 2140. As far as like measured move. Right inside that area, okay. Let me take all this excess off. We don't need it right now. I'll post this inside the longer haul, but this is what we're looking at. I don't know what minute marker I'm here on this in this stream. Can I see it actually? No, I can't, but yeah, it's got to get into our area. We go. That's why I removed those longs at 20. I think I had like 21, 22, something like that. I would have got. I would already be in the red. You know, that's another reason why I just took it out. Shorts and longs for ETH. That short should actually come down a lot lower. That short should be ridiculous. I think I have 11. I like that. Oh, gosh. Oh yeah, that's the timing of this is not going to be accurate because these fib zones are in the lower time frame. But if you're looking at my higher time frame plays, you'll see what I'm looking at. All right, there. That's inside of the corner for you guys. Excuse me, inside of the forum, inside these live streams. All right, let's drill down on this. Let me organize some of this for us because this is hella messy. And we don't like messy. 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 40, let all things be done decently and in order. All right, now let's drill down on this. Where are we at? There you go. Good job, ETH. Good job. I told you we're gonna run into some turbulence once we get into this area. We got some turbulence. Don't need this fib anymore. Yeah, 2149. Yeah, did we tap that though? We get there? Pretty damn close. All right. Do we feel a bit degenerate here? Or should we do wait? I mean, we're tapping into resistance area. This area needs to be liquidity. Liquidity is kind of tapping down. We got 19 minutes left in this candle. I'm printing a 7. I'm only for that 8 and 9. If I get a 9 that prints above, like if I get a stupid candle to the upside on a 9, then yeah, I'm definitely gonna look to shorting that. If I get an 8, if this 7 was my highs and then I get an 8 or 9, then I'm looking for the add backs. I'll still keep my stop loss at break even. But I'm not adding in this position right now. It's just really kind of maintaining in this area. That was a nice little flag though. Shout out good. That was a good little flag. I can see it here on a 3-minute. We can see it a little bit more right over here. Good little flag. Boop, boop. It's a continuation pattern, boys. Are we heating up though? Because we were kind of like yellow at that time. What are we now? So, a little bit more tint to it, a little bit more orange. Okay. I want those red hot candles. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for those red hot candles. Let's look at trend real quick. Yeah, I don't have a sell signal that's printed just yet. ADX looks good. Were we just talking about that? Weren't we just talking about these two? Look, yep. That's exactly what just happened. Remember how we were saying DI negative was still holding and they're just kind of like printing here, but this ADX is sitting at a cushion. It's going to push a certain direction, whichever direction wants to take the dominance. Boop. Exactly what happened. And is that ADX crossed over? I know I'm getting like, okay, it did cross over. That looks good. Definitely not going to short that. I was going to look at a degen move, but I'm definitely not going to short that. And these indicators are on fire, boy. These indicators are money. Yeah. Yeah, if boy, let's go turbo mode. Let's see it. I want to see. Oh my god, you're gonna hear me shout for joy if we hit that 2301. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'm still going to maintain my. So just quick disclaimer. I'm still going to maintain my long. Don't get me wrong. So in the event that I push a little bit higher than 2301, if I get, you know, a couple bucks higher inside that area, let's say I get to like 23, I don't know, what is this? 2340, somewhere inside that area. Right. So I'm still going to maintain my long. I'm gonna start to build a short inside that area. Let's make some adjustments to that because that's a little bit lower. So let's go right there. Yeah, there you go. What the heck was, no, what are you doing, Saint? Stop it. Everybody should be good. Everybody should be good. Everybody should be good. I see we got a good amount of new members into Liquidity Citadel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There are some roles there for you guys to check them out. So that means you have access to different areas of the server, things that are pertaining to you. So check out the roles section. If you're interested in VIP inside of the server, there's no cost for that. It's just really just utilizing the Bit2Nix referral link, making sure you deposit on that account. And then once you've hit that deposit threshold, you'll have VIP 3 status inside Bit2Nix, so you have lesser fees. There's a campaign going on right now, so you do receive trading bonuses for your deposits. So just heads up on that. It's a good way for you to make a little bit extra coin just purely based on your deposits. And then once you've already hit those thresholds as far as, you know, utilizing the Bit2Nix referral link, you've already made your deposits, you'll have VIP access inside the server where you have more access to more educational content, things that I'm looking at on a day-to-day basis. We do have free education classes that we're going to be doing every single Thursday. I myself am pretty much pioneering those, but I'm very open to anybody else that wants to teach if they enjoy teaching. So we'll be doing those on Thursdays, roughly around like 8 a.m. and run those for about an hour. And then we'll kick over to our live streams after that. But VIP role inside there, if you've done everything, follow the steps for VIP access, just shoot me a DM. Say, yo, I did everything. Here's where I'm at, and then I'll add you to the VIP role inside the server. Let's get in there. I want to see, oh, you see this right here? This little move, like I'm looking for a red dot like that over here, you know, because RSI is kind of getting into this overbought scenario right over here. You see this curve down right here? So I really want to see a red dot print inside this area. And they're not at 100% just yet. So I think the short's going to come. Gotta wait for that push. Push in the bush. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I give all the glory to God, though, man. I'm just a vessel. I pray before I get in, and I ask for guidance. Help me lead right individuals. I don't know what your circumstances are, but you're here for a reason. Nothing is coincidental in life. You come across people's paths for a reason. So if the purpose was for you to get to a better place, whether that be with your trades, financially, mentally, you're in the right spot. The Lord led you to me. And he gives me these messages to give to you. And this is the whole map. If this map plays out, yeah, I'm gonna go play the lotto. I say that jokingly, not really. But if this plays out, that's sexy. I probably got to fine tune this a little bit just based on, you know, dates, things like that. But these are like roughly the targets that we're looking at. This will be a scalp if someone wants to scalp that, because maybe it comes down a little bit lower. But I like this level. You got more. We need more shorts to keep aping in. Just keep on shorting. Keep on shorting. Aren't you glad we removed our limits, though? Yeesh. I have long limits, just as an FYI. I didn't mention those inside the stream, but for BTC, I have long limits set at 63,009, 63,009. Kind of the same thesis with looking for like a wave 2. I'll post those inside the corner later on today. You know, after the stream concludes here, like in the next 30 minutes or so, grab a bite to eat, check in with some of you guys on the server, answer any questions that you guys may have, and then I'll go back to posting some setups, things that I'm looking at. Excuse me. What we got? 8 more minutes on this candle. Anybody new to the channel, just a quick reminder, we are doing a $1,000 giveaway once this channel reaches 1,000 subscribers. If you're new to here, it pays you and behooves you to subscribe to the channel because you'll be entered into that drawing. You know, that's going to be a long-term goal in the sense of giveaway, but just putting it out there so you guys are aware. And new to the server, we have 2 giveaways going on in there right now. One for the Citadel badge and one for journals. The journal one is going to be for the month of February. We got like 3 guys in there right now that are posting their journals. So, that, you know, they have their advantage right now because they've been posting in there pretty aggressively, which is pretty impressive. They have good setups. They have good ideas. They have good thought process. But if you want to make sure that you're in the drawing for that, open a journal. It's completely free. It's your own forum. It's essentially your own corner. And then by the end of the month, I'll be I'll be going through it, you know, making sure there's some consistency in there. All the thoughts are put in there, stop loss and validations, TPs, the thought behind for the setup, and then picking a random winner. I do all the random picking through Grok, so it's not me. So I have no bias to it. I literally just go into Grok, give it a screenshot of, you know, all the contestants that are in there and say, hey, pick one. And then it picks. Don't be afraid to take TPs. Please don't be afraid to take TPs. Don't get greedy. And we'll keep compounding. You'll know when you'll know when there's a big swing where I'm like, yo, this is the one, because I'll be doing it. But until we hit those levels, compound, compound, compound. No, it doesn't mean it's invalid. Just wait for confirmation. You're adding to your long? GG, my guy. GG. I am not. I'm sitting idle. Yeah, it's a good ad. I mean, that's probably what institutional money and Moneyman is doing right now, where people are shorting resistance. They're longing those levels. So I don't fault you for that at all. My BTC long is sitting pretty. It wasn't part of the challenge, so I didn't want to mess with that. I literally longed a Pico bottom. I longed 6186. So I didn't want to mess with that one, and then I didn't build one on the sub account. Excuse me. Strong like bull. Strong like bull. We have more controlled setups, more controlled entries when it comes to this. You know, I know there's some traders that are out there that go full port or go ham, and some of them are extremely profitable with that. You know, I tip my hat to them in that regard. That's just not my style. So just, you know, heads up to anyone that's new to these challenge or new to the channel. Just, you know, follow me along. I believe in compounding. That's kind of like my main thesis. Until I find an A++++ setup where I can go in heavier. And, you know, I feel very confident about that. I'll just compound those wins. 50 here, 100 there, 50 here, 100 there, so forth and so on. We didn't sweep that high just yet. Running into some turbulence here in this area. No, I was only scalping BTC shorts. I closed all those yesterday. I posted that inside the server, inside the war room. I shorted 71.6 and then I shorted 72 and then I got out. Those are just little scalp moves that I was taking. Volume's okay. Volume's it's all right. It's not the sexiest. I mean, we need volume sticks like this. That's what we need. Not seeing it here. This morning it was 1900, 1973. Actually, it was a little bit more than it was doubled, so I already took 50% off of that. So margin wise, dollar amount wise, $60 margin. I took half of that. I left like a $30 margin on that. And so it's up 140 right now. You know, the current position is equal to roughly around like 1974. Yeah, because there's naysayers that are out there. That's what it looks like. He's not profitable. He's gonna gamble. Yeah, okay. Documented live for you guys. Bring the fan mail. Yeah, I see we got another hot pocket that just developed here right inside this area. Like this has to be the fuel, like for us to move anywhere. Because remember, we got an order block that sits. Oops, wrong button. We got an order block right there. So all these thoughts were posted inside of the forum section for this stream. So if you're curious as to where these levels are coming up, I got an order block that sits inside of that area. I have a 0.5 fib that sits inside that zone. I want to see price action reject the 0.5 fib. It's a stronger fib in the sense of what I'm measuring, in the sense of structure. And so that's why you see this stop loss here is relatively tight, because if we flip that order block, then we're going to go higher. Wave one just wouldn't be done. I'd be looking for the next level for wave one to complete. But as of right now, you see this little hot pocket right here. This has to act as the fuel to push us right into that area. All right, we got some dangerous grounds here. All right, we got an 8 that's currently printing below a 7, which if you're bullish, you kind of want to see that because that tells you that the trend is not done. But if you're bearish and you're waiting for that short entry, you really want to see the 7, 8, 9, an 8 and 9 push higher into those higher levels. So I'll extend the stream a little bit longer. I'll ride with you guys until that 9 prints, to see what we get from there. See if we can get into those higher levels. Nope. I need better music. Hmm. Why didn't it play that? That's interesting. I'm not playing that. That's crazy. Okay. You should join the Discord regardless, brother. It's all good. It's fine. You know, even Moses was saying it to the Lord, like, the followers need more signs. They need more signs. It's all good. No, it's plenty fine. Yeah, all my setups here are live. They're public, so you can see what what entry levels I'm in, things of that nature. So everything is disclosed inside the server. But I totally get it. I think majority of everybody that's in this stream now is inside the server. Always feel free to get feedback from them if need be. That order block just printed there in that area. I don't trust that. There's an order block that literally just printed right here. This wasn't there a little while ago, unless I'm tripping. But I mean, we caught the bottom of that order block right over here on this 3. I don't trust that. I don't trust that at all. That's probably going to be liquidity down the road. We got a high and tight flag on a 3-minute. Man, if that gives us another flag, oof. Sexy. Let's open that up. That's a high and tight. Yeah, that's a high and tight. You got different types of flags. That's a high and tight. Yeah, people adding to their positions here. I'm telling you, Bulls are on defense right now. Defense is what wins championships. Monday is supposed to be short today. I mean, when we hit our targets, yeah. But no, just because it's Monday doesn't necessarily mean it'll be short. I'm not short, bro. I'm not short. We all longed. Everything's posted inside the server. It's inside of the live stream playback. You can see everything that we've done. I mean, that's on you as far as adding back to your long in this area. I didn't. I mean, I'm just not adding to that area. That's going to be, you know, user discretion. I think Good added to his a little while ago, but I didn't follow suit. No. I'd want to see a sweep of the high, then a retest of that high, and then look at potential add backs. But, you know, I got a lower high right here. You know, so I'd want to see a sweep of this high, push up, maybe come back down and retest it, and then we can go higher. Then I'd be open to adding back to a long in that area. Yeah. Yeah, I'll highlight it for you guys so you see what we're looking for. I have another order block that sits right above that. Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to adjust my stop loss a little bit higher right over there. Yeah, just a quick reminder for anybody, you know, what are the setups? What are we looking at? How do I find them? Just go into the server, look at the stream section, the stream playback section, where I have today's stream. All the setups will be inside of that comment section for those setups. And then tomorrow we'll follow suit. There'll be a new forum, new stream, and then all the setups for that stream will be posted inside of that forum. So it's just an easy way for you guys to navigate, you know, versus like, hey, what are we doing? It's right there. The roadmaps are right there. And as I'm going through this stream and I'm updating them, I'll be posting those updates for them. If you don't have the role for Ethereum or BTC or Sol, just go over to the Get Roles section, Citadel Roles, and just click on the emoji there, the dude with the sunglasses, and you'll have access to those sections. And I believe that section is set up for permissions wise. It's for verified. So if you're not verified in the server, you can't see it. But if you're verified, you can see it. Initiates can see it as well too. These are people that are coming from Twitter. So if you see that you have an initiate role, that's where you came from. That's how we can track individuals that are coming into the server. You have people with malicious behavior, so it's a way of us tracking. But if you're verified, you can see the live streams. Excuse me. Hey, yeah, shout out to you, Special. I just saw your post. That's what's up. That's what's up. Discipline, man. Nice discipline. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That matters more to me than anything, guys. You guys are disciplined. Yeah, we're gonna wait for this next 9 candle, see what matures here. I mean, ultimately, like if I don't get a 9 that prints above that 7, then I'm good, right? Because I know that trend is gonna have a failure, so then I'm gonna be looking for the add backs on the long. Got to create some inducement here. Bears have had it real easy. So, you know, from a bullish perspective, you want to continue to create that narrative. I feel like bear trap is coming. And see, this is why I didn't add to my long here. That would have messed up my average, and it's pulling down more. If I'm going to add somewhere where I know it's going to bounce, and I feel safe about it. So maybe come back and retest this 2107, defend the 2100 block. Which is right here. Right over here. 2109, 2107. By Bitsunix, it's 2107. Index, I'm like 2109, so splitting hairs, but that would be an area that it needs to defend, and so we can get continuation up. Sequential count wise, 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, we got to come all the way down here. Let's say it just literally just flush late longs down to this level. I would definitely look to relong that or add back. So really bullish, retesting 2107 and then going higher. A deeper bullish retest, testing, you know, 2053, somewhere in that area, and then pulling back up. Awesome. Welcome, boy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad you're here, man. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. Majority of the chatter is going to be inside of the war room. You know, that's where a lot of us hang out. Kind of just kick the stuff around, kick some ideas around, things like that. But yeah, take a peek. If you want to DM me to make sure that you have all the appropriate roles, just shoot me a DM. You'll find me in there. And we have a couple different moderators in there as well too. Snipers is a moderator inside of there. Scissors is also a moderator inside there. So these guys have access to grant roles, things of that nature. So you know, if I'm AFK or doing something like that, you know, these guys are core guys. You know, these guys have been with me from the beginning. We've been together for almost like 2.5, 3 years now. So these are guys that I trust. So always feel free, if you can't get me, always feel free to reach out to one of them. It looks like a little mini diving board. Did that just give me a mini diving board? Hold up. Hold up. Meh. It's kind of funky. But nevertheless, where's my spring? So this would have been my spring, and then that's my plunge, And now I have V shape. I already breached that, so that's decent. We need to breach that and do one of these. That's what it would need to look like. Not all though. I mean, it's a weak one because that plunge wasn't that deep. It's pretty shallow. It looked like it from afar. Could even go wider too. Jeez. Hmm. Oh man, that would be, oh, that would be so money. Oh my gosh, that would be great. If I can get a spring into here and then get my plunge. Oh yeah. Because that, you know, this is setting up for a diving board. You have your diver, he's running, he's running, he's running, he's running. And then, you know, like a diver, you know, they bounce on the board, boing, boing, boing. And then you need a spring to pop up, and then they dive into the water. We would need a spring, right, to validate that move. Right? We need a spring. And then that spring kind of fits into what we've been discussing, you know, sweeping this high, getting into these levels, and then we can see our plunge. Yeah, definitely listen to this. Did we test that yet? Pretty darn close. I think on Bitfinex, I think I tested that just now. Yeah, we sure did. What did that come to? 2108. Yeah, I came right to that. I didn't add. I didn't add. I didn't add. I was too hyper focused on a diving board. Yeah, we'll probably get a change of character here and then a breakdown. If you add it there, GG's to you. GG's to you. What we were just discussing just now actually played out, came to fruition. So good on you if you did. I personally did not. I missed it. Damn, you know what? That actually looks like, wow, multiple flags? Look at that. No way. It's hella bullish, boys. 1, 2. That's hella bullish. If we get that, oof. Standard? That was running as a high and tight, but that changed? No way. No way. No way. Boy, if you do that, I would be thoroughly impressed with these. I will be thoroughly impressed with these. That's a back-to-back flag. That's juicy. And that's just for continuation. Boy, if you're in here, I could see you came into the server. I had a couple roles for you, so you have a little bit more access to peruse through the server. Just heads up. Nah, I'm not relonging this. I missed my ad, which would have been right over here inside this area. I had an ad I was looking for. I just missed it. I was paying attention to the charts, looking at a potential diving board, but I missed that, so I didn't take that. But we did discuss that inside here. Good and I were both looking at 2107, 2108 down to 2091, which is right over here. There was this high right here. So basically, this candle just kind of retested that area. We're not out of the woods yet. We got 8 minutes left on this. We got a 9 that's going to print. Really need to see like a massive squeeze, right? Just completely obliterate all these bottom shorters. That's what needs to occur here. I'm not saying that we don't have potential to go lower, but like, come on. You've had just inside the month of February, you had roughly like a 16% drop. So don't get greedy here, bears. And I'm not targeting all-time highs or anything like that. I think we're definitely going to have lower lows down the road, but I want to build that position. You're welcome, boy. Welcome, brother. I'm glad that you're here. Thank you, man. And what you see is what you get. Meaning this is how I roll every single day with you guys. Whether it be in the server or be inside the stream, this is how we roll. So if you enjoy content like this, subscribe to the channel, join the Discord, engage with other traders. There's other traders in there that are phenomenal traders. Good, I'm gonna put some pressure on you, man. I'm gonna put some pressure on you. You need that corner, bro. See, you dodged my question. Dodged my question. You need me to ask you? Good. Are you gonna have a corner? Are you gonna bless these people with all your thoughts and all your amazing setups? No pressure, but seriously, I'm joking. Yeah, we got some good traders in there, man. Scissors, Sniper, good traders in there. Gus is kind of new to the server too. He's got some good setups in there. Ahmed's got some good ideas as well too. I don't know, people get funny about having corners. Just be careful with it, brother. That's all. Just be careful. Just be careful with it. And we have voice rooms as well too. So like, any of you guys just want to go into one of the voice channels and kick it around, I mean, it's open door. You guys can do what you want when it comes to those. When we have the public classes, that's essentially where it's going to be. The private mentorship classes, those are obviously private. Those are for night roles. They have access where it's literally just me and them, and we go over setups. Excuse me. We go over ideas, we go over thesis, we go, dang it. We go over strategy, we go over indicators, things of that nature. So, but any other voice channel that you guys see in there, the war room voice or study hall voice, maybe somebody wants to teach somebody else something else, like, have at it, guys. Have at it. That's why we designed it there for everybody. So everyone kind of feels like they're at home in that sense. Mi casa, su casa. Mi casa, su casa. All right, got about 38 more minutes. Like I said, I'll vibe with you guys. until we get that 9 print, make our assessments from there. Really just need to see a giga push, because if we get a huge push on this, you know, 2190s, what did I say that measured move was? I'm going to do it from another chart here. Hang on. Yeah, 2190s. We got good continuation. I wonder if that actually looks like a... Look how big this order block is. Jeez Louise. That thing is huge. There's 3 order blocks. 1, 2, 3. This one's fat. You got little tiny ones inside here. Sheesh. What's that 50% benchmark? Huh. 22.99. 99 lines up with that 2301 area that we're looking at. Yeah. I would see at least 50% of that get tested. This area needs to be smoked, though. This area needs to be smoked. Change of character. Okay. Say less. Got breakage structures. Okay. Man, a big open space here, though. That's a little concerning on higher time frames. Big open space here. Big open space. Yeah. Just a heads up, the short that I'm going to try to build will be a hedge against the long that we took today. If it doesn't pan out and it gets pushed into stops, then I can get out of that short position and the long will make up for any losses that I incur. So I just want to make that abundantly clear for everybody. You know, I'm not fully closing out inside of that area. I just have my limits set in that 2301 area and then start looking for signs of weakness inside that zone. Volume is really going to be the key indicator. Ideally, you'd want to see like a nice aggressive push to the upside. Just wipe out all these shorts, or these, you know, these bottom shorters in this area. We're targeting, you know, 1500, 1400, 1100, 1000 for ETH. Not saying that they're wrong, just the timing of it is going to be wrong. We got to clear some liquidity first. That's how price action moves altogether. Price action moves by hunting for liquidity. To the downside, we've collected a butt ton of it, for lack of better terminology. And we have a butt ton of it to the upside that we can collect. I mean, all the way up to like 3,800, 3,900, guys. Out here, right? Because we had a clear rejection here, right? We popped up here and then retraced back down. You know, if here's that 9, here's that 9. You know, if we were going to get the same follow suit, we would have got a wick up here to the upside and then a strong rejection pulling us down, retracing all of this move all together. Right now that 7 is higher than that 8, and now we're printing on this 9. So this will be the session that I'm going to be highly focused on. Hyper focus, hyper focus, hyper focus. Activate your ADD superpower. I need more coffee. That's what I need. I need more coffee. And that looks like it wants to brew an impulse candle. You can see the coloration on it starting to flex. I'll open that up so you guys can see what I'm looking at from an indicator perspective. So my 9s will print different colors on this script. It's more of a study, to be honest with you, versus a script, but that essentially represents like an impulse. But if it gives us a 9, you know, that fails, you know, use this as a reference, right? You had a 6 and a 7 that were deeper than 8 or 9, right? 9 came over here and then boom, cleared this area. Excuse me. I did that backwards. Excuse me. You had a 6 and 7 and, that were deeper than 8 or 9. We had a clear liquidity hunt, or at least stop loss hunt here in this area. Then you had to push down. So this essentially cleared it. This continued to clear it, but then the lead up phase was still printing at 13. Then you got a clear 9 to the downside, right? A little bit lower here in this area, just liquidity pushing out tight stop losses, or at least heavy leverage inside this area. Now you have this move up. Relatively New York open low, maintained itself. We'll most likely come back and revisit this either during London or Asia, but my money's probably going to be on London. London has been, since the start of this year, London has been the mover. London and New York. All right. Hey, be right back. I'm just wait for a quick second to get to use the restroom right here real quick. What? You love hype, bro. You love hype. I'm not doing hype on this challenge, but I will take a look at it for us. I'll peek at it real quick. Yeah, so you got a breaker structure here in this area. So I'm looking for shorts. I didn't short it here in this area. I just got distracted with other things going on, other setups. But as we were entering into the zone, I was saying I'd be looking to short this area. This would have been the area that I'm looking for. So, you know, kind of like what we're doing inside of our teachings, inside of our classes. You know, just draw your box out. Draw your box out. If you can get back into the zone, then yeah, short it. If you want to start building a short here now and, you know, start DCing all the way into this area, you can do that too, in the event that you don't get to this area. But I'd be looking at, I don't know if wave 2 is done. That's the thing. I'm still targeting that for wave 2. If I'm wrong and this was wave 2, then wave 3 is going to be disgusting. But I still think this can come down to this area, especially if BTC decides to, you know, take a dip. But that's the setup for hype. That hasn't changed. I'd look for like 32s, you know, all the way up to like 35s in those areas. But why trade hype? Not that there's anything wrong with it, but why trade hype? Hype's had its move already though so far. I think you'll get some better moves on some of these larger gap coins. But if that's your baby, I get it. You know, ETH is my baby. I get that question all the time. Why only ETH? Why only ETH? Because I know it, dang it. I know it like the back of my hand. But I am giving you guys a little bit more. I'm giving you guys, you know, BTC. I'm giving you River. You know, we haven't even looked at River today. Yeah, we did look at River today. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this 100% pocket right inside this area. That's what I'm going to look to long. I want to see a flush into that. Did I set an alarm for that yet? I did not, but we're going to do that right now. There you go. I got a pocket that sits in that area, so we're going to look for River in that area. River, Dusk, Hype, all these other alts have had their little mini runs, if you will. Especially River. You know, River obviously hitting all-time highs, having a deep retracement. From a weekly perspective on River, you know, we're inside of wave 2. We don't know if wave 2 has been confirmed and dropped yet. So that's why we're looking for those lower levels on River. All right, be right back. I still got a 9 failure that's sitting right there. I feel like they're baiting shorts. That's what that looks like to me. They're baiting shorts. I mean, the 9 can print right here, and I'm totally okay with that because I know I'm going to come back and visit that area, you know, relatively soon in the next couple sessions, clear that imbalance, and then we'll have our bigger move down to the downside. If the 9 prints, you know, and it front runs my area, you know, let's say my 9 gets into these areas right over here. Let's go to like a 13-minute. Let's look at some order blocks. So what is that, like 2250 on lower time frames? Yeah, inside that area. So maybe it front runs, but this order block goes all the way to 2344. So it's a relatively thick order block with heavier right over here. Still, I want that 2304 just to kind of line up with the overall strategy. Looking for that wave 1 for LA wave thesis, looking for that wave B for a harmonic. Then wave 2 would essentially be wave C. And then wave 5 would be wave D for LA wave thesis and for the harmonic. My timing can be off in the sense of dates as far as where it pans out from a fib zone perspective, which I would adjust accordingly once we get into those zones. I'll probably utilize some shorter fib zones, so I'll most likely do something like this. Right. That puts me at roughly right when Asia is going to begin, if we're going to look at it like that. So like this zone is relatively pretty wide from where we are right now. If I'm just basing off of these swing points right here, here to here. So, you know, getting to that 2301, I may be offline, but you guys understand, or at least know what we're targeting and how long it can take to mature. As long as you set your stop loss, you've already taken some profits and you've already set your stop loss to break even, you're good. It can come all the way back to entry. It doesn't make the move futile. But I don't like this 9 that's going on right now. I really wanted to see a just one little push. Just one little gotcha. And then pull down. Yeah, just scalp it. On hype, just scalp it. take a look at USDT real quick. Volume kind of sucks. Just a good, right? Oh, one down. Just one candle. I have no idea what I have over here. That is, oh, that's for a long, for a short, okay. You got a 1 on the lead-up phase too. This little 1 that printed above this 9, you got a 1. So that's comforting, letting us know, okay, this little mini trend is literally just beginning here. So I'm not really interested in shorts here inside this area. I'm just not. If it came all the way back down here in this area, I would re-long. I'd add back to my long. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a change of setup phase. That changes the setup phase. So come back and test in that area, maybe on a 9, and then pulling back up. Yes. Which is just underneath that 2107. Same area that Good and I were just talking about. 2107 down to 2091 inside that area. ADX wise. Yeah, a little bit of loss of strength, little curve. Momentum relatively running flat. So that's why you're not seeing, giga point pushes up to the upside. Don't have a sell signal that's printing just yet. That trend is not fully exhausted on the bearish side yet. Not inside of an overbought RSI. Money flow is not there. It's getting there. It's not there just yet. Well, that's on a 3-minute. This thing wants to turn into a little head and shoulders and invert it. Actually, no, that would be an M pattern. I'm wrong. That would be an M pattern. Good evening, man. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. You see volume's kind of dookie even on the bearish side. Depleting volume here. The PM session already started. Where was the PM session at? It was you. Puts us at 2083. Did the same thing on both sessions. Interesting. We'll color coordinate that one. Go to orange. We'll go orange on that. I can do that inside the server. I can do that inside the server. I only got a couple more minutes left here on this current stream. I'm just managing, but I will do something like that for us inside the server. And that subsequently lines up with the PM session high, where I have a potential setup phase that's going to change here inside this area. Hmm. Two out of four. Interesting. Got a really hot one right here. That makes sense. Do I have anything above? Anything above? Watch for this level right here. What is that? 22, 28? Oh. What's here? And you're gonna give me a wave one there. That would be garbage. I don't want a wave one there. Yeah. Yeah, no significance to the 12 for the lead up phase if the 12 or 13 is higher. But I'll go to a 5 minute. Let's see what you're looking at. Yeah, so the lead up phase, when you're looking at the lead up phase, it's going to be the lower than the subsequent two, right? So as long as that candle is lower than the subsequent two, that's how you get your print on the lead up phase. But if I'm printing, you know, a 7 that's lower than, or excuse me, if I'm being bullish, if I'm printing a 7 that's higher than my 8 or 9, and my lead up phase is, you know, in this example right here, yeah, I do have an 8 that's higher, and then I have a 9 that's kind of floating a little bit higher too, but my lead up phase is showing me a 2 and a 3. Essentially, this trend isn't done yet. It's not done yet. Hopefully that makes sense. Or hope that answered your question. High defense. That's really all it is. High defense. Okay. Cool. So as this candle has roughly about 11 minutes left inside of it, I do want to make sure that I am sending you guys off in the proper way. And if you guys are new to my channel, or at least new to the server, a little bit about myself. I'm a faith-based individual. I move all my steps with him, the Almighty, in my view, in pursuing his face, not just his hand. I believe in faith grows by hearing the word of God. And I believe that praying over others is important, not just trades, things like that, not just being profitable, but increase, right? Like Paul said, he'll give you the seed, Apollos can give you the water, but God will grow the increase. And that increase grows by hearing the word of God. That being said, like I said, I want to make sure that I send you guys off in the right way, the proper way. With that being said, Father, thank you for today. Thank you for a strong first day of the challenge, for clear eyes, good timing, and profitable trades. But more than the gains, we thank you for your hand over us. Your word says, commit your works to the Lord, and your thoughts will be established. So right now, we commit this entire challenge to you, every setup, every trade, every emotion, every decision. Lord, as we log off, keep us humble in the winds, keep us disciplined in the days ahead, keep us anchored in you, not in the P&L. Remind us that today was not just good trading, it was grace. Your word says every good gift and every perfect gift is from above. So we give the glory back to you, not to the strategy, not to the challenge, not to myself, but to you, Lord. Lord, I ask that you cover every person in this community, in this stream, and every family that they represent. Protect our minds from greed, from fear of missing out, and overconfidence. Let us carry peace, wisdom, and gratitude into the rest of our day. As this challenge continues, let it build more than just accounts. Let it build character, patience, and trust in you. We place this day, this challenge, and our future in your hands. We pray all this is in Jesus' name, and everybody said, amen. So we have roughly about 8 more minutes left inside of this current session. I will be offline looking at some things. I got to handle a couple things here inside my household. Made a little bit of a mess early this morning getting into the classes. So I got to go and clean that stuff up. But I'll still have my mobile with me. I'll still be checking charts. I still have all my alarms that are set for you guys, so you'll know exactly where I'm at. I'll be inside the server, live inside there, chatting out with you guys, putting some ideas together, looking at everything, looking at BTC. I will look at BTC dominance for you, Tom. I'll put that inside of my corner, and I'll tag all the alpha alpha alerts individuals who are, you know, in that role. So I'll do that for us, so that way, you know, being good on my word in the sense of looking into that for us. All right, cycle of action. And now, if there's any questions, if you guys run into any sticking points, you know, majority of you know my DMs are always open. You know, sometimes you guys have some thoughts whether you should cut a position, add to a position. Maybe you're a little worried. Maybe you got some other stuff going on. So if you ever need someone to talk to, or, you know, need a little bit of guidance, my DMs are open. It may take me a little bit of time sometimes as far as replying back to some of you guys, so just give me a little bit of grace with that. I do get flooded with DMs on a day-to-day basis, but this community, these streams are so much more than just, you know, taking a challenge and being profitable. It's about building other individuals in here and in here, so that way it reflects inside of those trades. So I'm a big believer of that. And know that you always have someone inside of your corner that can guide you through these things where I can. If I don't have the answer for it, I'll do my due diligence, or maybe there's somebody else inside of that can point you in that direction. But just want to kind of put that out for you guys in the sense of the foundation. The server community is growing, which you know, that's amazing. You guys are the core foundation for us all together, and I really want to establish what that environment looks like for us. It's other traders helping each other out here and there. It's not people, you know, dogging each other or telling them why they're wrong, or, you know, becoming catty, for lack of a better terminology. We don't have that. We haven't had any of that. Knock on wood. We won't see any of that. But inside of the server, it's really going to be a collective of individuals coming together to help prop up the next person. I believe in that thoroughly, right? Almost like Spartan mentality, right? You have their shield and they have their spear, but they're really protecting the next man next to them. That's kind of the same mentality when we're inside of the Citadel, Liquidity Citadel. It's, you know, about protecting your fellow brethren, or sister, if you will. So that's going to be the nature of everything. Do check out all the giveaways. You guys have an opportunity to enter for $100 giveaways that we have going on inside the month of February. We have a $1,000 giveaway going for the YouTube channel altogether. So take advantage of that. There's some free money out there for you guys. We've already done a couple giveaways thus so far. Some people have actually won. Shout out to you, Shine, in regards to that. But like I said, if you need me, just give me a whistle. As I always mentioned before, be safe while you're inside of your trades going into the remainder of the day. Continue to be profitable. Today was a profitable day for a lot of us. Maybe not some of the biggest gains that we're looking for, but it's the first day of the week. The more profitable days will come on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and even bleeding into Thursdays. So right now it's really about building. So continue to be profitable in that. And above all, guys, God bless you. Let peace be abound through you for the remainder of the day. I love you guys. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.